The Indian subcontinent. A massive tract of land. Jungles, savanna, deserts, and mountains. Cut off and protected from the rest of the world by the mighty Himalayas. A refuge for animals that no longer live anywhere else. Here they play out an age-old battle for survival. This is the story of the tumultuous lives of India's wildlife over just 24 hours. A summer day is dawning over India. This day, like every other day, will be a struggle for survival for India's wildlife community. Some animals will not see this sun rise again. For them, the clock is already counting down. It's 6 a.m. One of the first animals to emerge from the twilight is also one of the rarest. The great one-horned rhino may once have inhabited much of southern Asia, but now is only found in northeastern India and Nepal. As adults, they are only vulnerable to poachers. But young Indian rhino are commonly preyed upon by the king of these grasslands. Tigers will kill up to 20% of rhino calves. And the dim light at the cusp of night and day can be perfect for hunting. But even baby rhinos have well-developed senses of smell and hearing. The tiger stalking this mother and calf may be one of the stealthiest hunters in the Indian jungle. But these rhinos know something dangerous comes. The tiger has many prey choices this morning. India's wilds are full of potential predators. This is the only place on Earth where tigers, leopards, and lions are on the prowl. And almost a dozen other species of hunting cat. 5 species of wild dog also roam the land. Few places have as many large carnivores. With thousands of species of suitable prey for them, this is dawn in a hunter's paradise. The Bengal or Indian tiger is a solitary hunter and can be active day or night. Each tiger's coat of stripes is unique, but every coat has the same lethal purpose. The buffalo and deer this cat hunts can't perceive reds, oranges, or yellows. Combined with the tiger's disruptive stripes, it is well hidden in the shadows. But early in the morning, this tiger must break from cover to drink from a waterhole. waterhole is eerily quiet. The other animals give the cat a wide berth. The cheetal deer, in particular, are on alert. They have a finely tuned understanding of tiger behavior. They appear to know that with a belly full of water and weary after a night of hunting, this tiger is unlikely to go out of its way to chase a fleet-footed deer. It is a calculated assessment. The cheetal is backing its superior speed, barking at the tiger to see it on its way. The deer may have won this standoff, but as the tiger fades back into the brush, it will have noticed the small deer's limp. Marking it as likely prey. By 8 a.m., the day has truly begun. The animals that inhabit India's night are bedded down. Now is the time for the daylight hunters to begin their rounds in search of a meal to carry them through to another day. India's dholes stalk these forests in packs of up to 30. They can grow to the size of German shepherds, a formidable predator, particularly when they work together in large numbers. Even full-sized deer are potential prey. Dholes maintain their own territories, but are also happy to work and play with other groups of dholes. This young couple have split off from the others, perhaps to start their own pack. Marking their territory is a head-down, bottom-up job. But the honeymoon is almost over. For this new pack to succeed, these two dogs must be successful hunters without other packmates to help them. They need to make a kill today. But these young and inexperienced animals are already struggling. The hounds are being hounded. For the most formidable pack hunters in the Indian forest, the morning is a time of rest. They relax in the shade until it is time to resume the perpetual search for prey. The Asiatic lion is the only lion to be found outside of Africa. It is the lion of the Roman Colosseum. They once dominated the wilderness, from here to Europe. Today, their last remaining habitat is centered on the Gir Forest, northwest India. Unlike African lions, male and female Asiatic lions live quite separate lives. only occasionally coming together to feed or mate. The rest of the time, it is the females who run the pride. While the males are busy being kings of their domain. This male must defend his territory by scent marking and roaring to warn off intruders. He may control up to 180 square kilometers of forest, but he is not alone. He has a confederate, perhaps a brother, to help him guard his land. But even with help, these lions can only hope to hold on to their place at the head of the pack for a couple of years. Their defenses are continually probed, this time by a young lion ready to test their mettle. But 2 defending lions is one too many, and the young challenger retreats. As the sun rises higher, the ground temperature in India is already passing 25. Escape from the heat begins to control the lives and movement of the animals, both prey and predator. It is now 4 hours into this 24-hour journey with the wildlife of India. The country's dense forests are rich 3-dimensional habitats where animals don't just live side by side, but above and below. These grey or Indian langurs have come to this grove in search of figs. The mid-morning rain is on its way, and this tree will provide shelter as well as food. Almost anywhere they grow, fig trees are a keystone species that support a wide range of animals. More birds, mammals, and reptiles rely on fig trees than any other group of plants on Earth. In the tropics, they are the tree of life. Amazingly, most species of this hugely important tree and all its dependent animals rely on a single type of microscopic wasp for their survival. Only the tiny fig wasp can enter the fig tree's flowers and pollinate them so fruit will grow. Without the wasp, these trees would be barren, and the world's tropical forests would be different places. Beneath the fig tree, the ground is rich with fallen fruit, fermented in the summer heat. And the Indian langurs are sophisticated enough to take advantage of free alcohol. Liquid lunches are all in vogue with this troop. Luckily, they are happy drunks. Not so much tired and emotional, as emotional and then tired. The problem is, this is no place to let down your guard. A leopard is close, and it has a taste for monkey. Midday temperatures and high humidity are combining over India. Thunderheads grow as moisture is swept upwards by rising air, condensing and promising rain. Painted storks in India's wetlands pant as a way of combating heat stress. Birds have no sweat glands, so panting is one of their main ways of cooling themselves. The younger storks can shelter from the sun in the shade of their parents. But these storks can also deliver a cooling shower to their young family. In the hills of tropical southern India, the afternoon rains have already come, like they do most days from June to September. In the tropics, trees can bear fruit several times a year, creating an almost permanent supply of food in the jungle canopy. These large jackfruit are highly prized in the forest. Today, the jackfruit is found growing across Asia and Africa, but its original home is thought to be here in the Western Ghats. In the Animal Hills in southern India, a small troop of lion-tailed macaques is making a lunchtime feast of the jackfruit. But ownership of such a tree is hotly contested. An invasion is underway. A larger and more powerful troop of lion-tails has taken over the tree, driving the small troop out. But for the lion-tails, it's almost impossible to go hungry this time of year. There's always another fruiting tree for them. In the north, the drunken langurs have awoken, somewhat worse for wear. Predators like leopards are experts at picking out weaknesses and exploiting them. And groggy langurs look like easy prey. They are normally sprightly enough to evade a leopard that has lost the element of surprise. But not so today. For the animals living in the steaming lowlands, the waterhole is a place of refuge. Dozens of species share the same water as if they've agreed on a truce. But not everybody has laid down their arms. It is mid-afternoon in the Indian grasslands. At the height of summer, temperatures can reach over 45 degrees Celsius. Cooling off for the tiger is a simple task. They are the water lovers of the cat world. But all creatures, great and small, come in search of mud and water to cool down. With its huge bulk and very few sweat glands, the one-horned Indian rhinoceros must use mud to keep itself cool. As the mud dries, it will suffocate any skin parasites that the rhino is carrying. India's rare buffalo also seek refuge from the heat and insects that are biting them. Just like human children, for young rhesus macaques, an afternoon swim means playtime and water fights. All under the careful supervision of the older females in the troop. Supervising kids as they play is one way that adolescent females learn their mothering skills. Most of the animals that use the waterhole appear to have reached a détente, so that they can all enjoy its benefits. But there are always dangers waiting as the afternoon temperatures climb. As much as they need the water, the cheetle are wary at the water's edge. The waterhole's mugger crocodiles are hungry. Growing as long as 5 meters, India's mugger crocodiles are considered to be just medium-sized crocs. Deer are larger animals than they usually prey on. But they can go for months between meals, so time is on this croc's side. One day, a cheetle will lose the race, and the mugger will be rewarded for its persistence. In the nearby forest, a mother golden jackal is struggling to keep her litter of pups fed. Her territory is hard up against that of larger jackal packs, so her hunting grounds are being eaten away. Her pups are on 2-hourly feeds, so she only has short windows of time to hunt for the family. An elder daughter will watch the pups as she goes in search of food. Golden jackals are one of the most successful and widespread of the wild dog species, with a native range stretching from Greece to Thailand and as far south as Tanzania. But this jackal is not so lucky. Hunting on her own puts her at risk and minimizes her chances of success. A carcass has drawn her to the waterhole. But a larger jackal from a bordering pack is already there. Ending the small female's chances of scavenging meat to help her feed her small pups. Some young animals are much better off. Shadowed by the protective bulk of its mother, this elephant calf has little to fear and can explore the joys of the water. Coming to terms with the use of a trunk can take some time. With as many as 40,000 different muscle units running through it, it's a significant piece of anatomy to master. And a highly sensitive one, too. By placing the tip of their trunk to the ground, elephants can pick up vibrations from nearby animals with exquisite detail. But even more powerful is the trunk's ability to smell. With a sense of smell that may be many times more powerful than a dog's, there is probably very little that escapes the notice of an elephant, particularly when they are protecting their young. After a pregnancy lasting almost 22 months, the longest of any mammal, this calf will be cared for by its mother, aunts, and sisters for another 10 to 15 years. Only a few days old, this calf already weighs some 90 kilograms and stands about 1 meter tall. But in the presence of a tiger, it is still at risk and must be well protected by the herd. This is not the prey the tiger is looking for, but there are many animals for it to choose from, and before the day is over, it will have earned its title as the premier hunter of the Indian forest. As the Indian day begins to wane, the temperature in the lowlands is still very hot. With barely a breeze, the grasslands can be stifling, and the animals move slowly, as if in a stupor. The young dholes who've broken off from their pack are still on the hunt. After a long, hot day, the grazing cheetle are at a low ebb, and may be the best chance for a meal these dogs will have today. They press forward on the herd of deer, singling out a large antlered buck. Predators like dhole usually target the small, the weak, and the slow. But today, this pair of dogs is after the most reward for its effort. In thick scrub, the antlered buck has little chance of escape. It rushes towards more open ground where it can achieve full flight. But the hungry does are faster. As the day wanes and the temperature cools, on the forest floor, an age-old battle for mating rights has begun. These Travancore tortoises are found only in southwestern India. They rest during the day and become active late in the afternoon. These two males have an issue to sort out. Who owns this patch of ground and has mating rights over a nearby female? The younger male on the left hopes to ram his message home. But he won't be winning a lady tortoise tonight. The spoils of war go to the victor. He can sense that she is ready to mate. But first, he must whisper sweet nothings, tortoise style. It seems that Travancore males have a limited repertoire. And females, like men of few words. Late in the day, Indian vultures are drawn to a carcass. A buffalo has died in the summer heat, and crowds of scavengers are gathering. The scent has drifted through the forest. The jackal mother, short on both food and milk, is aware this could be her last chance today for a meal to sustain her family. Jackal pups are rarely left alone, but hunger is pushing these dogs to extreme measures. Her adolescent daughter joins her to reconnoiter the smell. There is competition among species when a body is being divided. The vultures must retreat when a wild boar arrives. While the female pigs travel in groups called sounders, the big male boars are often loners. With a bone-cracking bite, other animals are wise to avoid them. But the jackal family are more hungry than wise right now. Across India, night will soon fall, bringing fresh danger. The hunters will have free rein in the forests and grasslands. Until then, there are just a few short hours of daytime left for the wildlife to eke out an existence. The tigress is on the prowl. She is a crepuscular hunter, meaning she shines in the dim light of dawn and dusk. Early this morning, there were plenty of deer at the waterhole, including a cheetle with a conspicuous limp. It is time for the tiger to silently return to the waterhole in hopes of meeting the small cheetle again. She makes it past the normally alert langurs. Sambar deer that are still wading make ideal targets for a tiger. If she attacks while they're in the water, they will have to walk before they can run. Exploding out of the blocks, her presence is broadcast for all to hear. But it is too late for one of the sambar. Her spine-severing bite ensures a quick death for the deer. The night has yet to begin, and this tiger's work is already done. She has cubs hiding far over the hills, so getting her meal home will be a long journey for her. As the day comes to a close, there is a change among India's animals. The night hunters are rising and waiting for darkness to set in, while the daylight animals are retiring back to the refuges they use for safety after the sun goes down. The jackal pups are still on their own. Their family has not returned, and these young dogs are too small to defend themselves. Without adult guardians, they are unlikely to make it through the night. As if in warning of their danger, a troop of rhesus macaques approaches the den, sending the pups scurrying in fright. At the water buffalo carcass, the adult jackals can wait their turn no longer. They must eat today if their pups are going to survive. But they must get back to the den before dark for the same reason. But sharing a meal with a wild boar is a dangerous game. The jackals are hungry, even snapping at each other in the rush for food. As the day's temperature falls to the 20s, rhinoceros become more active. Early evening is a prime time for grazing. But these two rhinoceros have other things on their mind. A male has been drawn by the scent of the female. These animals rarely mingle with each other very well, and this evening is no exception. But in the rhinoceros world, a small fight is also part of foreplay, as is chasing. This kind of courtship behavior can last for days. But for these two, tonight is the night. Mating can take more than an hour. And when it is done, the female will wander away and expect to have no more to do with the male. The cover of darkness has arrived. It will hide many deadly deeds, but it is also a protective cloak for many animals, hiding them from the prying eyes of hunters. As darkness falls across India, it is time for many animals to begin their day's work. The night shift is clocking in. The waterhole is active at night as well as day. Hundreds of eyes glow from the surface of the lake. Some of these eyes belong to young mugger crocodiles. Frogs leap to escape them as the crocs learn to hunt. The best way for them to catch frogs is to corral them against a bank. But these young muggers are not alone. Further out, the adults are using a similar technique on fish, working together to channel them into becoming a meal. Muggers are one of the few crocodiles in which both parents will care for the young for a few weeks after hatching. So this may be a family of crocodiles at hunt together. But crocodiles are otherwise cannibalistic, so the young will be wise to keep to the shallows. Some animals, like the sloth bears of India and Sri Lanka, are almost exclusively night animals. The predator these bears are most wary of is humans. This possum-like common palm civet has much to worry about. A leopard has caught the civet's scent and is stalking it. The civet's main defense is to release a nauseating smell from under its tail. But like most animals, their first defense is to run and hide. They are expert climbers. Leopards are the most arboreal of the big cats, but they are no match for a civet. The civet has nowhere else to go, as the leopard carefully goes further out on a limb for its meal. With a leap that is literally death-defying, the civet jumps to safety, leaving the leopard to become just a cat stuck in a tree. In an underground burrow, a female Indian python is tightly coiled around her clutch of eggs. For 2 months, she has guarded them, occasionally shivering to keep them warm. But her job is done. Her offspring can release themselves from their leathery eggs, cutting their way into the world with a razor-sharp egg tooth. At up to ½ a meter long, these young snakes are ready to hunt small animals like mice. But the sustenance from their eggs means they have a few days yet before they must kill. Under cover of dark, this newly hatched Indian python makes its way to a nearby stream for its first drink. Like most tropical constrictors, this young python is an excellent swimmer. It will often hunt from the water. It can stay submerged for up to 30 minutes at a time. It's not the only predator making use of this stream. It looks like a house cat gone wild, but this is a rare fishing cat. They live in small numbers throughout Asia and can weigh more than 10 kilograms. As their name suggests, they are famous for fishing. But these cats are powerful enough to take small calves and dogs. A small snake is just a snack for a fishing cat. Ending the life of the young Indian python, just as it had begun. In the forests of India, the difference between living and dying is often luck. Mother Nature does not play favorites. And as this night comes to an end and a new day dawns, the game of survival is reset. Some animals have made it against the odds, while others have been taken for the greater good of the forest. What is important is that this wilderness persists, the creche for this unique group of animals. A place like no other, a wildlife Shangri-La hidden beyond the massive fortress walls of the Himalayas. The islands of New Zealand. 15,000 kilometers of rugged coastline, protecting rich primeval forests, and a strange collection of animals cast away for 80 million years. Isolation has allowed New Zealand's wildlife to evolve in ways unlike anywhere else on Earth. This is the story of just 24 hours in the lives of these amazing creatures. New Zealand lies in the South Pacific, 1,600 kilometers east of Australia. It is known as Aotearoa, land of the long white cloud. 80 million years ago, New Zealand unzipped from the Gondwana supercontinent and the rest of the world. Adrift and protected by isolation, New Zealand's animals were free to evolve in unique ways. While mammals and reptiles dominate most countries, New Zealand became a land of birds. This lost world wrote its own script, and developed its own cast of extraordinary characters, all key players in the drama of the day ahead. It is 4 a.m. In the pre-dawn light, a new life emerges. Inside this enormous egg is a flightless kiwi chick. 11 weeks ago, its mother laid this egg and then walked away, leaving the father to protect it. Since then, he has lost a third of his body weight guarding the egg. So he too must soon leave. The chick hatches with a belly full of yolk to keep it going, a necessary birthday gift, because it is abandoned the moment it hatches. From day one, it must fend for itself. The once predator-free New Zealand is now awash with introduced rats and stoats. As a consequence, 9 out of 10 Kiwi chicks won't make it to their first birthday. Luckily, not all of New Zealand's birds are as flightless as the kiwi. In the far south, where New Zealand reaches deep into the roaring 40s, wind and wings are a natural pairing. A new day dawns over the Snares Islands. Just before daylight, there is a mysterious exodus of birds from their burrows. The snares are free of introduced land predators, so the sooty shearwaters are safe here. These birds can fly, but first, they need to get to their launch site, making 5 a.m. peak hour in the otherwise isolated and empty Snares Islands. Today's flight plan may take some of these birds on a 2,000-kilometer trip to the edge of the Antarctic ice pack. The ocean between New Zealand and Antarctica is one of the richest fishing grounds in the world. Because of these plentiful seas, New Zealand supports more diversity of seabirds than any other country. The most iconic of them are the penguins that inhabit much of the southern coastline. Even the cliff-bound snares have their own species of penguin. Because these birds can't fly, the islands are both a sanctuary and a prison. These snares-crested penguins have hungry chicks to feed, so both males and females must forage for food every day. Each hunting trip begins with their escape from this Antipodean Alcatraz, down a near vertical wall. A single slip here can mean instant death, because sea lions patrol the water's edge, waiting for unlucky penguins to fall. Someone needs to make the first move and enter the water if these birds are going to feed their chicks tonight. But sometimes the first move isn't voluntary. Once in the water, this flightless bird puts its wings straight to work. Penguins and their ancestors have been swimming these waters for as long as 60 million years. The mainland shores are home to 3 more penguins. The yellow-eyed penguin, the Fiordland crested penguin, and the world's smallest, the little blue, joining this morning's pilgrimage out to sea. It dives in shallow waters, hunting small fish and squid. This little blue penguin may travel 24 kilometers today in search of food. With the sun well above the horizon, the ocean's nighttime animals have given way to the day crew and returned to their hideouts. All but one. This southern rock lobster is on an important mission. She needs to find a current so that she can release her offspring. In the morning light, it is a perilous journey. Snapper will happily prey on this crayfish. She has already carried her 100,000 eggs for 6 months and must release them today. The larvae she sets free will ride the currents, some drifting up to 1,600 kilometers. The larvae that make it to adulthood can live 50 years or more. But for this mother crayfish, the journey to release her eggs has led her down a dangerous path. And into some very deadly arms. Back on land, having a family is equally complicated, particularly with a species that will eat its own. The start of a new day in New Zealand, and the air is filled with the call of gulls. The coastline is home to millions of them, each eking out a living. The most numerous of all, the red-billed gull. The single females in this colony have a problem. Males are in short supply. So what is a girl to do? The answer is to pair up as a female couple and seek a male donor. A seemingly enlightened approach that can help to grow the colony. This should be a safe place to raise a family. But there is a dark secret here. Cannibalism. Up to 50% of eggs and chicks can be lost this way. If a caregiver is distracted for a single moment, fortunes can change. This time, there is a stay of execution. The warmth of the day is setting in. For the resident fur seals of New Zealand's Open Bay Islands, it's time to bask after a morning swim. Summer is breeding season. And for these seals, there is just an 8-day window between birthing and mating again. Bulls, weighing 5 times more than the females, have one thing on their mind: fathering next year's pups. When a male seal is ready to mate, pups are just obstacles to be cleared out of the way. Many of these pups are too young to swim, so escape to the sea is not an option. And there are more pups still arriving. But not all births are easy. And this female, perhaps a first-time mother, may be in for a long labor. Between the afterbirth and accidental deaths, this is harvest time for the flightless weka. These wood hens are famous for their feisty nature, but they have to take a back seat when the gulls come pecking. Up to 30% of the weka's diet is from animals. And helpfully, the seal birth bonanza coincides with its own nesting season. Estuaries and mudflats are refreshed by the tides every 6 hours. This morning's low tide uncovers new feeding opportunities. Wading birds come from all over the world to spend the summer here in New Zealand. They each have their own hunting technique to take maximum advantage of the shoreline. As the water recedes, tunneling mud crabs venture out from their burrows to feed. They may look like they're eating the mud, but instead, they're extracting tiny living organisms such as algae and bacteria from it. Searching for food can take these crabs far from the safety of their burrows. High above, they are being watched. For the kingfisher, swallowing prey whole is no problem, but better if it is tenderized. This time of year, kingfishers have babies to feed, so more than one bird depends on this crab harvest. As the tide lowers, baitfish are also being flushed out of the estuary towards hungry hunters. At midday, the sun is high overhead. The water sparkles and sunlight penetrates the sea deeply, highlighting shoals of fish. After spending the morning resting and socializing inshore, these dusky dolphins are back in open water and on the hunt. The majesty of this aerial dance hides a secret message. It is a signal to join forces and launch an attack. A coordinated assault that results in the deadly roundup of a bait ball. As many as 300 dolphins can be involved. These dolphins will work cooperatively with other species as well. Sea lions are a common ally, swimming alongside the dolphins to prey on the school. Marlin will also join the party, stunning fish with a slash of their spear and returning to prey on the wounded. With the big predators gathering and hungry for lunch, the small sea animals are wise to hide. Perhaps no animal can hide as well as the octopus. Covered in pockets of pigment, it can change color by contracting or expanding a single pocket or all pockets at once. This is its main defense against predators, like the broad-nosed seven-gill sharks that prey on octopus. With the ability to body paint at will, deciding what to wear depends on the environment. The plot thickens when one shapeshifter meets another. Summer is mating season for these octopus. It's more than an arm-in-arm embrace. Because one of the male's arms carries the sperm packet that he must place inside the female through her gill opening. It's a death-defying act, because the female Maori octopus is particularly fond of attacking and eating her mating partners. From romance to death in mere moments. This female has already mated and incubated her eggs. She has stopped eating, and now her life is essentially over. And the blue cod knows it. It will eat almost anything that comes along. Like a crocodile, it uses a death roll to tear flesh apart. Camouflage is no use to her now, so she squirts an ink cloud. This can be an effective smokescreen and can mask her scent, but it's too late. She may have a reprieve, but it is likely to be a short one. The wildlife habitats of New Zealand stretch from the bottom of the sea to the top of the mountains. It is a warm afternoon, but high above the snowline on New Zealand's mountainous spine, it is chilly. This is the domain of the world's only alpine parrot, the kea. Many parrots are omnivores, meaning they will eat food of almost any kind. Although with the kea, this diet seems to have gone too far. It has earned itself a nickname: mountain monkey. Instead of swinging through the trees, though, this monkey can fly. And when it does, feathers made for camouflage unleash a surprise. But, like its wings, the kea has a dark edge. They can be smart and dangerous hunters. These kea know that inside these burrows, there are shearwater chicks whose parents are out fishing for the day. They can hear the chicks chirping. Well accustomed to digging for food, the kea has no problem extending a hole just enough to claim the fluffy prize inside. It's not the only white and fluffy animal these birds will maul before the day is done. In the forest, the world's heaviest parrot searches as the shadows grow long. It's looking for food. The rare kakapo is flightless and completely vegetarian. It is the world's only flightless parrot. It takes balance for this bird to get a balanced diet. But not all branches are designed to carry a 4-kilogram bird. In the event of an emergency landing, its wings are used more like a parachute. They live almost solitary lives, with a home range of up to 50 hectares. But every few years, when conditions are just right, these birds must travel far across their range to find a mate. This is one of those special years. The winds, the weather, and the waves make New Zealand's west coast a formidable barrier and a wild birthing suite. 10 hours have passed since this fur seal started her labor, with little to show so far. Breech births can happen and can last twice as long as a normal birth, if mother and pup survive. She is scared and vulnerable, so even approaches from neighbors bring a strong response. She struggles on, her labor seeming to coincide with the long, drawn-out summer day. On New Zealand's west coast, the weather can change rapidly in the course of a day. The Southern Alps rise up from the ocean like a giant wall, catching and trapping moist air off the ocean. So the next storm is never far away. This fur seal's difficult labor may be almost over. After 11 hours, her precious cargo is arriving. A new seal joins the colony. This pup should be able to feed from its mother within the hour. The mother and pup bond immediately. Their long journey to be together is finally over. This pup will enjoy the undivided attention of its mother for the first 10 days, but then will have to fend for itself while she's away on fishing trips. Nearly half of all seals won't make it through their first year. So survival for this pup is a coin flip. The colony is a dangerous place for a young pup. It is probably the greatest hazard the pup faces in its first few days. These bulls can spend up to 70 days ashore at this time, without food, defending their territory. Bullfights are a regular occurrence, and seal pups are wise to stay clear of these battles. The water is a refuge for most seals. But for inexperienced pups escaping a battle of bull seals, it is just another lethal hazard. In New Zealand's far south, an extended summer twilight stretches far into the night. After a day of feeding, the sooty shearwaters gather offshore in preparation for their return flight. Takeoff for these birds requires a sizable run-up. Luckily, they can walk on water. Pilots like to say that every airplane landing is a controlled crash. Something the shearwaters would agree with. The well-worn paths of this morning lead back to the safety of the burrow. Several breeding pairs may share the same burrow entrance as these couples settle in for the night. This little blue penguin is also ready to call it a day. But the transition from water to land can be a dangerous moment for these penguins. Camouflage is its only real defense. Its white belly blends in with the light from above, while its darker slate blue back matches the darkness of the sea floor. It's not a unique approach. The great white shark hunting the little blue uses the same kind of camouflage to hide from its prey. This great white is a local, but it migrates as far as Australia in cooler months, and then returns here to feed in the summer. It can smell blood in the water up to 5 kilometers away. It can easily smell this penguin. Little Blue makes a lucky escape. When it's time to come ashore, these birds of a feather like to stick together. Every night they form a raft and move as one. Finding a seal blocking their way is the last thing these penguins want to see. They will need to tiptoe past this hulking predator. Safety at last. There are many homes close to the New Zealand coast. So this penguin has chosen a highly civilized burrow and already dug out. But in another burrow, it's time to get up. Freed from incubating his egg, this male kiwi is back in the fast lane and able to see off intruders from his territory. He has shrugged off the need to fly. For millions of years, the only land mammal here was a bat. The coast was clear to make a living off the land. On the outside, the kiwi seems to have an identity crisis. Feathers more like fur. Whiskers like a cat. And digging burrows like a badger. Unlike any other bird, he has nostrils at the tip of his beak, able to detect prey 10 centimeters underground. He may also be able to sense movement. This high-tech beak probes for information, making it very difficult to slide under the radar. It's bad news for earthworms. In the canopy above, a moorpork looks down. It is no danger to the kiwi, but other animals on the forest floor are at grave risk when this owl decides to stretch its wings. The owl's prey tonight is one of New Zealand's only 2 species of native mammal. Like so many of the country's birds, the short-tailed bat is evolving towards flightlessness. More like tiny wolves than bats, they flood across the forest floor in a pack, devouring unlucky bugs. These bats even have extra claws to help them grapple their way toward prey. Tonight, this short-tailed bat is hunting weta, an insect almost as unusual as the bats. These demon grasshoppers are tough. They've seen dinosaurs come and go. Some species have tusks, and they know how to use them. Males compete for territory in tusk battles that will only stop when one is beaten into submission. Another predator in these forests comes in a shell the size of a hamburger. This giant snail is on the hunt, but not for anything vegetarian. It has a taste for meat. Like most snails, it is prone to dehydration. It comes out at night to avoid the heat of the sun. But you won't find this giant in your garden. This is a forest dweller whose ancestors go back 200 million years. The roof of this cave is glowing. The light show is mesmerizing. But it is also a death trap. These sticky silken threads, like so many chandeliers, belong to the larvae of the fungus gnat. They are commonly called glowworms. Like a moth to a flame, the glowworm's light draws insects in, so they can be snared. Movement alerts the glowworm to its meal, like a strand of a spider's web. It will spend months consuming its way into adulthood. As an adult fly, it will only survive a number of days, just enough time to mate, making sure the lights of this cave will keep glowing. In a deep water cave, female manta rays are gathering to mate. The males are smaller than the females, and even though he may have an invite, he needs to approach with care. The only way he can keep contact long enough to mate is to bite down on her pectoral fin and hold on. She will take two things away from this underwater dance: sperm from the male and a new set of scars. Back in the high country, the kea has new prey. Livestock usually fall victim to predatory mammals. But under the cover of night in the Southern Alps, some kea mountain parrots have acquired a taste for lamb. They dig through fleece, skin, and muscle to reach the fat that surrounds the sheep's kidneys. Taking a free ride and a free meal this way resulted in the Kea being persecuted with a bounty on its head. The Kea is now protected. The sheep, however, is at risk of serious infection from the attack that could lead to death. Luckily, this alpine drama is not played out on a regular basis and is unlikely to result in the extinction of sheep, numbering some 30 million in the country. Other parrot business has a softer side. The romance of an evening has often led to the attempted wooing of females. But for the kakapo, wooing is a masterclass. Survival depends on breeding, but kakapo don't breed every year. Only when there's enough rimu fruit to eat for this male's marathon task. He inflates his air sac to make a loud booming sound that can carry as far as 5 kilometers. A song quest to attract a mate that will go on for as long as it takes, maybe even months. Never before has so much been riding on a single song. There are little more than 120 kakapo left. This solo must become a duet. He may have got some interest. But tonight is not the night. This tuatara hatchling has a primal instinct: to leave the burrow and fend for itself, in case it is eaten by the adults. This is New Zealand's largest reptile. Not exactly big enough to rub shoulders with dinosaurs, but known to exist alongside them 200 million years ago. But they are now under attack from another creature. Rats. These rodents introduce themselves to this country as stowaways on ships and canoes, threatening native species and leaving in their wake a path of destruction. With a reputation for attacking human infants, rats will easily prey on a tuatara hatchling and anything else a tuatara may eat. Rats can produce pups in 24 days, while a tuatara hatchling must spend at least 12 months growing inside an egg. The odds are in favor of the rat. So tuatara are only able to survive on islands free of rodents and in sanctuaries. But this is a life worth fighting for. They can live for up to 100 years. The animals that eke out a living in New Zealand are an unusual bunch. Mammals that can fly. birds that refuse to fly. Birds that fly underwater, and species that date back to the dinosaur. New Zealand's plants and animals enjoyed millions of years of splendid isolation. But it was a double-edged sword. Without defenses against introduced predators, species that once thrived are under threat. New Zealand's castaways may now be trying to survive in a lifeboat lost at sea. Brazil, a giant of a country. Within its borders, a mind-blowing diversity exists. Its tropical fertility powers an explosion of nature. The mightiest rainforest in the world is just one small part of a land where an incredible parade of life takes advantage of Brazil's bounty. But there is a price to living in paradise. A day can be a long time when death, in its many guises, is forever a split second away. It is a struggle for survival in the next 24 hours in Brazil. Brazil's dry season has reached its climax. The sun rises to a vast fire front sweeping across the tinder-dry Cerrado grasslands. Those that can, flee. But some don't have that option. A Campo flicker family are nesting in a termite mound, and the chicks cannot yet fly. The parents wait until the last moment before abandoning the chicks to their fate. Eventually, the fire front moves on. The Campo flickers return to check for tragedy. But they find only life. The birds have survived because the termites built this mound with a clever network of tiny air holes that divert smoke away from its vital chambers. The fires occur every year at the end of the dry season. Here on the Cerrado, its residents must adapt to survive. To the northwest of the Cerrado lies the mighty Amazon rainforest, the most biologically rich place on the planet. Here, the dry season sun continues its assault on the greatest river on Earth. The Amazon is disappearing. The receding water has cut off large pools from the main river channel. It is in one of these that a family of giant otters is enjoying the easy hunting of trapped fish. They may look friendly, but these extremely social creatures can work together as a ferocious pack. Here, a fish that escapes one is driven into the waiting jaws of another. A large catfish is the catch of the day. But here, any cooperation ends. The giant otters are voracious hunters, consuming 10% of their body weight every day. The adults are almost 2 meters long, 30 kilos of muscular energy. After eating its fill, the thick skull of the catfish is left as an offering to others. Red-bellied piranhas are quick to accept. They're famous for the speed with which they can devour a body. But in the Amazon, reputation counts for little. Like any fisherman knows, leftovers make good bait. It may not seem like it, but this piranha is actually one of the lucky ones. For many, the dry season holds a far worse fate. A shallower pool nearby offers a vision of the future. The temperature is already in the mid-20s, and this trickle of water will soon evaporate. The attendant diners simply watch until the once fearsome piranha finally stops fighting. But that moment hasn't quite arrived. The morning sun beats down on a nearby lagoon, where thousands of desperate fish are sucking the oxygen from the water. The pool is draining rapidly, and as the water warms, the oxygen level plummets further. These fish are drowning. Caimans, South American alligators, have warmed their cold blood in the morning sun and are ready to eat. But they don't have to waste their energy fishing. Instead, they lay a deadly trap. There is only so long one can swim against the current. To survive, fish will need to make it to the deepest pools or the main river channels. But even there, the Amazon offers no guarantees. Within these channels lurks an absolute giant. One of the largest freshwater fish in the world. Reaching over 150 kilos and 3 meters, the pirarucu is an imperious hunter. An incredible adaptation to the oxygen-deprived waters of the Amazon allows it to excel where other fish struggle. It is one of the very few fish that can take oxygen directly from the air. It has a huge advantage as it stalks the oxygen deprived and then inhales its prey with a speed almost imperceptible to the eye. In a rush of water and air, the small fish struggles for breath no longer. The relative cool of the Amazon's morning has evaporated, and the temperature is now in the high 20s. It will only get more oppressive as the day wears on, so a band of peccaries takes the opportunity to search for food. And so does a hungry jaguar. The receding floodwaters have opened up vast and growing tracts of land where prey can run and hide, making this a mouth-watering opportunity. Breakfast disappears into the forest. The largest cat in the Americas can ill afford to expend energy on failed chases such as this. With the mercury approaching 30 and rising, the heat sucks moisture from the jungle into the air, a blanket of humidity. Life collects around the water, where the giant otter family are making the most of the dry season's riches. The time of plenty means time to play for this season's 3 pups. They are well protected as they swim under the watchful eyes of their family, which is good because there are other watchers here. The snorting sound signals danger, a call to action. The mother lifts the pups to safety, and the rest of the family goes on the attack. A growl is incorporated into the alarm call as a threat to the caiman. A family is a formidable opponent, known to kill even large caimans. The pups are safe to return to their play, but there is a serious side. These youngsters are in a race against time. The family is still providing their food, but they need to learn to hunt for themselves before the rains come and prey is harder to catch. In the daily struggle for existence, the fate of an individual is like a mere leaf on a tree. Yet each individual plays a small role in the forest's survival. Reaching high into the canopy stands a Brazil nut tree. Compared with this giant, a tiny agouti seems inconsequential. But the agouti is one of the few creatures in the forest whose strong teeth and jaws can gnaw through the Brazil nut's hard, woody exterior. What it doesn't eat now, it saves for later. By hoarding these nuts, it serves not only its own ends, but those of the tree as well. But the agouti has some unwanted attention. A puma. Hidden and forgotten, the Brazil nut, which the agouti unlocked and buried, now stands a chance of germinating. In another few centuries, it may be a tree towering over a rainforest clearing of its own. The forest canopy is a different world, removed from the ebb and flood of the waters below. As the day continues to heat up, the howler monkeys emerge. And they fully deserve their name. The howl is the loudest made by any animal in the Americas, audible for 5 kilometers. They may sound like a call to arms, but these howls are actually designed to keep the peace by defining territory so that other troops don't venture too close. Avoiding conflict is a serious business here in the tropics, where even the slightest wound can cause fatal infections. While the howlers have found their favored method to avoid such surprise encounters, the tiny squirrel monkey has evolved a less raucous, though no more discreet method. It urinates on its hands and feet to leave its personal signature, a chemical barcode, as it scampers along the branches. But not all of the canopy dwellers are so keen to avoid their neighbors. This golden-handed tamarin calls in on a young macaw couple next door. But the macaws seem to prefer privacy. They have nutcracker beaks and powerful claws. They finally persuade the tamarin that it has outstayed its welcome. The reason for the lack of hospitality may now be apparent. The pair has other things on its mind. Macaws mate and pair for life. The forest canopy provides protection, easy travel, food, and good visibility for the monkeys and their predators, including the fearsome harpy eagle. With a wingspan of 2 meters, it is the world's largest eagle. Though the squirrel monkey's life is over, its story does not end there. It is destined to fuel the next generation. The chick is almost ready to fledge, but for now, it is totally dependent on its parents for food. And not a scrap is wasted. The chick is large and strong, but it still lacks the confidence to leave the 30-meter-tall nesting tree. For now, short practice flights exercise his muscles and tune his balance. Soon, he will make the leap and take his place among the apex predators of the Amazonian skies. When the chick finally starts to hunt, one animal will be at the absolute top of its menu. The three-toed sloth. It has the lowest muscle mass relative to body weight of any mammal. An adaptation that allows it to subsist on one of the poorest diets. Eating the leaves that few others can stomach ensures that the three-toed sloth avoids any strenuous competition for food. But her low-calorie diet leaves her with no energy to spare. So she has adaptations, including an extra bone in her neck that allows her to swivel her head almost full circle, so she can watch her back with minimum effort. The sloth's baby will spend over 6 months clinging to its mother. For this curious capuchin, the docile sloth seems like an opportunity for some entertainment. But any mother defending her child has a trick or two up her sleeve. But the Amazon holds much bigger dangers for a sloth than a mischievous monkey. And those dangers must be faced today if the sloth is to see tomorrow. High noon in the Amazon. The dry land drives back the water to its summer quarters. In the heat, animals pant, look for salt, or make for the shade. The caiman's mouth hangs open in an attempt to release as much heat as possible. Even the hyperactive giant otters are taking a break to digest the morning's catch. The power of the equatorial sun has brokered a delicate peace, for now. The Cerrado is a seemingly infinite sea of grasses. From its depths, a truly bizarre shape emerges. The giant anteater is over 2 meters long and weighs in at around 35 kilos. It may look ungainly, but it is a supremely adapted predator. Though she is called an anteater, termites are her sustenance out here. It has powerful claws and makes short work of the rock-hard walls. Her specialized tongue does the rest. At 60 centimeters long, it reaches deep into the mound. Prey is glued by sticky saliva produced from giant salivary glands, and then sucked up through a narrow tube inside her fused jaws. Her tongue can flick up to 160 times per minute. A termite seems like a meager ration for such a large animal. But they are extremely high in protein and also supply most of the liquid the anteater needs. Crucial at the height of the dry season. The anteater usually makes just one hole in the mound and takes only a few hundred termites before moving on to the next. The mound suffers minimal damage, and the workers quickly attack the repair work with pellets of saliva-coated feces. And they're not the only ones hard at work maintaining the colony. In the depths of the mound, in its most precious chamber, dwells a monstrous form. The termite queen. She relentlessly produces tens of thousands of eggs per day, replacing the lives lost and growing her colony. The beat of the Amazon heat is slowing, and an empty belly rouses a jaguar from its slumbers. It probes the riverbed for signs of hidden life. Pound for pound, jaguars have the most powerful bite of all the big cats, often killing large prey by piercing directly through the skull. But today, its power and majesty are reduced to delicately picking over a catfish and its sharp bones. Such a small meal will not sustain it for long. It will need to eat again before night falls. South of the Amazon lies a very different environment, the Pantanal. During the wet season, it's like a vast inland sea, where roughly 80% of the land is submerged. But today, at the height of the dry season, an isolated lagoon looks more like a bowl of caiman soup. The receding water has given rise to vast new meadows, enjoyed by grazing animals. But the feast is interrupted by a predator. This anaconda. She is starving and hasn't eaten for months. Even so, the marsh deer are safe. The snake is heavily pregnant. The pressure required to suffocate her prey might crush the young she is carrying inside her. But her fast will not last much longer. She finds a quiet pool that will serve as a birthing suite. The first of her young are visible on the surface. The offspring are born fully independent, but each young snake faces a bleak outlook in its first minutes of life. A host of hungry beaks are lined up to devour the youngsters. The tiger heron deftly severs the vertebrae of the reptile before gulping it down. It's a smart meal, considering that the bird could easily become prey to a surviving anaconda. The feast is timely for the jabiru storks. These chicks need a lot of feeding if they're to become 1.2-meter tall adults. But predators have gathered below the nesting trees, alert to any possibility of falling eggs or chicks. And a woodstalk chick unhappily obliges. The heat and humidity are just beginning to fall. The otters rouse from their slumbers to indulge in a little territory marking. Urine and feces are mixed into the sand and spread over the beach to make it abundantly clear to unrelated otters just whose beach this is. But the performance is interesting an audience. Siesta time is over for the caimans as well. And they are not the only predators drawn to the lagoon. A jaguar also stalks the margins. Hunting otters is for the foolish and the desperate. A whole family is usually far too formidable a target to take on. But an empty belly can have profound effects. But perhaps it's not otter the jaguar is hunting. With a single bite, it instantly severs the caiman's cervical spine. Its once vigorous body hangs limp as the jaguar hurries away to finally enjoy a feast. As the day cools, the deadly dance of predator and prey reaches its climax. And not all will still be on the floor come nightfall. It's a late lunch for the anaconda. Every time the caiman exhales, the 3.5-meter snake tightens to fill the space until the caiman's lungs can no longer inflate. And the last glimmer of life is finally squeezed from its bulging eyes. The anaconda's long fast will soon be broken. A kill of this size will sustain her until the rains return. In the Amazon canopy, a sloth devours cecropia leaves. But when the leaves run out on one tree, the sloth must move to another. But descending to the forest floor would be perilous. Hungry predators await. Weak and slow, she would be practically defenseless. Instead, she attempts the transfer in the canopy, difficult with her lack of agility. Thankfully, this aerial gymnastics routine is scored on execution rather than speed. A score of 0 in either case. Fortunately, she is a much more accomplished swimmer. Her lack of muscle makes her buoyant, the water bestowing a freedom of movement that she lacks on land. The sloth makes it to the shore. Her weight no longer supported, she hauls her body from the water. It would take over 2 weeks to travel a single kilometer. She finally reaches her desired tree and escapes the peril of the forest floor to begin the long climb back to the safety of the canopy. It's been quite the odyssey for this most reluctant of adventurers. But the Amazon offers no special treatment to the intrepid. Mother Nature is a cold parent. She must take from one to give to another. For now, Mother Nature is generous to the harpy chick. He is ready to take the leap. Another young member of the most powerful eagle species in the Americas spreads its wings and embraces the jungle skies. Dusk begins to fall on the Amazon. The agitated contact calls of the giant otter family betray that all is not well. One of the family is missing. A jaguar, caiman, puma, or anaconda may have ambushed the young female. The calling becomes more desperate as the darkness grows. There is no response. On Brazil's Cerrado, change is in the air. the downpour stops as abruptly as it began. This is just the beginning of the end of the dry season. The conditions are right. The rain inspires the emergence of termites, different from the usual workers. Termites with wings. An exodus of winged males and females emerge from thousands of termite mounds. Once a year, this exquisitely choreographed mating flight is evolution's ingenious method of allowing the siblings from each mound to mate with unrelated termites. It breaks the genetic stranglehold of the single breeding queen from each mound. Every mated female becomes a queen in her own right and returns to the ground with her mate to begin a new mound, eventually laying tens of millions of eggs in her 10-year lifetime. If she lives past tonight. Flocks of birds glide amongst the mating dancers, beautiful against the distant sunset, brutal up close. As night falls, the birds depart, and the termite mounds undergo a remarkable transformation. The light show is created by a chemistry as dazzling as it is deadly. The green bioluminescence is emitted by the larvae of the headlight click beetle. They live buried deep within the mound walls for up to 4 years, programmed to emerge for this single event. Their illumination suddenly switches on, and winged termites are drawn to the light. As they fly close, the vibration from their wings causes the larvae to shine more brightly, and it's a fatal attraction. This is the only time the larvae eat. A crucial meal that will provide the nutrition to metamorphose into headlight beetle adults. In the Amazon, the relative cool of the dark provides some relief, but it's also perfect conditions for nocturnal hunters. Monkeys take to the very highest, flimsiest branches, beyond the reach of even the most nimble predator. On the ground, deer continue to feed. But they're not the only ones looking for a meal. A vampire bat attempts to whet its fangs. Once on the ground, the bat uses heat detectors in its nose to locate an area where blood vessels are close to the skin, while the deer relies on a keen ear and a surly attitude. The bat finally manages to land unnoticed. An anticoagulant stops the blood from clotting, so the bat can drink its fill. But not tonight. The deer is too wary, and it has good reason. A much larger threat is approaching. A puma. A distant alarm call spooks the deer. But it's not enough. Unnoticed, the puma gets within striking distance. But help arrives from an unlikely source. A frog startles at the puma's approach. Another bloodless night. Back on the Cerrado, the eyes of another predator shine from the darkness. A maned wolf has a meal in her sights. And tonight's victim is more obliging than most. It is the fruit of the Libera tree. A member of the deadly nightshade family, few can stomach it. But for the maned wolf, the poison combats a painful kidney parasite. Without the Libera, her life would be a misery. And the Libera needs the wolf too. As usual, the wolf marks her territory atop a small anthill. The resident leaf-cutter ants emerge to confiscate the droppings. And down they go into the nest, where they are fed to the ants' fungus garden. Moist, warm, and dark, it is the perfect place for a Libera seed to germinate. With the well-tended fungus garden providing moisture and nutrients all year round, the tree will soon grow up, through the roof, and out into the sunlight. As dawn breaks over the Amazon, a solitary giant otter swims. This young female has abandoned her family to wander alone in the Amazon with one perilous goal: to start her own family. The heart is a lonely hunter, and the balance between the desire to breed and the dangers of life on her own has finally tipped. She will risk attack by big cats, anacondas, and caimans, all in the service of one of the billions of biological drives that power every wild 24 hours in Brazil. The equator wraps around the world like an emerald belt. In this almost undiscovered land, the jungles run deep and green, hiding more than we'll ever know. But there are also grasslands and islands where nature's classic stories of life and death play out every day. This 24-hour journey along the equator will reveal that in the glare of the overhead sun, life is never easy, but is always wondrous. The equator is the Earth's midline, exactly halfway between the North and South poles, the latitude of 0 degrees. Of all the Earth, the equator receives more solar radiation than anywhere else, making it a rich and fertile region. In this equatorial journey, 6 of the world's most fascinating wildernesses will be revealed. It is 7 a.m. in equatorial Brazil. The awe-inspiring Amazon lies under the path of the sun. In March, much of the Amazonian jungle is in flood, creating a habitat dominated by water and tree canopy. Many of the terrestrial animals that live here have fled to higher ground. leaving the aquatic animals to make the most of this flooded jungle. Many of them are giants. Capybara are the world's largest rodent. Looking like giant guinea pigs, they can weigh more than 75 kilograms. For them, the Amazon River is a source of food and a place to keep hidden and safe from predators. But this morning is no time for a swim, because there is a convergence of killers taking place. This female green anaconda is one of the Amazon's largest hunters. At over 5 meters long and weighing more than 100 kilograms, there's not a single native animal in the Amazon she cannot catch and eat. But this morning, she is not a hunter. She is the willing hunted. It is time for her to mate, and her scent is drawing in male anacondas. This male is only 1/5 of her weight, puny in comparison. But he is slick and mobile, and on an urgent mission to mate. The problem is, he's not the first suitor to arrive. 8 other anacondas are already wrapped around the female. A group of anacondas is called a knot. And this is why. Every male here has a pair of spurs for stimulating the female, tickling her into arousal. The guys have to wrestle to win this serpentine battle for sex. They slip and slide past each other, jockeying for the best position at the heart of the knot. It's a death-defying love match, because the female at the center of this knot can come away from it with more than 80 fertilized eggs, and perhaps a belly full of male anaconda. As the sun continues to rise, nighttime beetles scurry for cover. In the dark, they are relatively safe. But in the full light of day, beetles can be just morsels waiting to be caught. Any beetle unfortunate to lose its footing can be at grave risk. And not from drowning, because these waters also hide giants. High above the Amazon, a harlequin beetle stridulates in warning. But it's a warning that goes unheeded. The Amazon's arowana fish are deadly predators below and above the waterline. They have evolved to hunt at the water's surface and beyond. They patrol the border of water and air, scanning the branches above for possible food. Even small birds can fall prey to more than a meter-long arowana. When one of the world's richest ecosystems hangs above your head, just out of reach, it makes sense for a fish to evolve in a way to capture that bounty. Beyond the splashing of the arowana, most of the forest is still enjoying a peaceful rest. This is the sound of trees in fruit. Rubber trees are casting their seeds far and wide, more than 30 meters in a single pod. As the seed pods ripen, their surface skin shrivels, releasing the nuts. These hard nuts are well protected. But they are no match for one of the largest fish in the Amazon. The tambaqui, a close relative of the piranha and a specialized seed eater. The tambaqui's powerful jaws and teeth are perfect nutcrackers, and the fats and protein in a rubber seed can be a perfect meal, allowing the tambaqui to grow to 30 kilograms. The Amazon at this time of year is a fish's paradise. It's as though the barriers between water and air no longer exist. For these splashing tetras, today is birthing day, and the birthing suite is far above them. A courting pair dart and move. They seem excited at what is to come. They are preparing for one of nature's most remarkable spawning achievements. The two fish suddenly leap high out of the water, where they cling to a hanging leaf, until the female and then the male drop back into the river. They have left eggs behind on the leaf. They leap again, each time adding more eggs to the growing cluster. But the performance isn't over. The female swims away, and now the male must begin the job of preventing the eggs from drying out in the equatorial sun. For at least 2 days, this will be his contribution to the upbringing of his offspring. Until they begin to hatch and fall back into the mighty Amazon. As the sun continues to move across the Amazon, sunlight begins to strike to the west of Brazil. The next stop in this equatorial journey is the birthplace of the Amazon. The equator's Amazon River has many mothers, but all of its tributaries flow down from the giant green wall that is the Andes Mountains. The equator intersects with the Andes in the nation of Ecuador. It is mid-morning, and in the high mountains, the day is only just beginning to warm. This valley is home to a female spectacled bear. Spectacled bears are named for the markings on their faces. She has a mask as unique as a fingerprint. Her cub is nearly a year old. He will soon be independent, but for now, he's his mother's pupil. Each morning, they trek through the damp Andean cloud forest in search of one of their preferred meals. Bromeliad plants are the green water pitchers of the South American jungles. These relatives of the pineapple form a vase shape as they grow that captures water, which many animals take advantage of. Many bromeliads grow high up in the trees to catch as much sun as possible. So that's where the bears must go. Spectacled bears are South America's only species of bear and are often considered the best climbers in all the bear world. The cub is determined to join his mother. But although he has the will, he is not yet capable. Instead, his mother knocks bromeliad after bromeliad to the ground for him. Spectacled bears are mostly plant eaters, but birds, small mammals, and insects are also on the menu. The mother bear leaves a trail of destruction as she feeds. The cub is a fast learner. On his second climbing attempt, he makes much better progress. Not all of Ecuador is wet and green. On the slopes of the Cayambe volcano, conditions can be cool and the land dominated by grasses. At more than 5,700 meters, Cayambe is the highest point on the equator and is one of the only spots on the equator with snow cover. It's warmer now, but last night temperatures dropped to -6 degrees. If this baby vicuña had been born then, he could have frozen to death. But female vicuñas almost always give birth during the day to give their offspring the best chance of survival. Here in Ecuador, vicuñas are introduced animals, with a natural range far to the south. But with superb adaptations to living at altitude, they are right at home here under the equator. The dominant male who watches over his big herd of females and their young is alert for intruders. Because females mate soon after giving birth, birthing season collides with mating season here in the Andes, and bachelor males are drawn in to try their luck. And when a male chases other males away from his herd, what begins as a sprint can turn into a marathon. The pair begin to squabble, and their mood proves contagious. Fights begin to break out in the herd as males square off. All these males aspire to lead a herd, but few of them will ever succeed. One of the ways to gain leadership is to fight the dominant male, and frequent practice is the best way to refine their fighting skills. The sparring partners bite and kick and attempt to bring their opponent to his knees. Size, strength, skill, all factors which will determine the winner. The arc of the sun will not wait for the vicuña to settle their rivalry. It moves on, traveling west at just over 1,600 kilometers per hour to shine down upon the legendary Galapagos Islands. The 19 main islands of the Galapagos straddle the equator, approximately 1,000 kilometers west of Ecuador. It is late morning, and the temperature here is still only in the mid-20s, because the Galapagos are forever cooled by the cold ocean currents flowing up the west coast of South America. The day is hours old before the Galapagos marine iguanas have warmed enough that they can begin their day. As cold-blooded reptiles, it takes the heat of the sun before they are roused into life after a cool night. Big male iguanas make their way down to the water's edge. They face an unusual challenge. Not far offshore, there are beds of seaweed growing that the iguanas graze on. But the water is cold, and any energy they have gained from the sun is going to be quickly lost as they make their way to their morning meal. Only the largest males have enough body mass to survive the chill waters. Iguanas are voracious eaters. They clip the weed until it looks like a newly mown lawn. But it replaces itself quickly in these rich waters. The smaller and younger iguanas cannot make this journey. They will grow cold too quickly. So their only chance to feed is when low tide comes, uncovering the weed beds. The big males will return to the shore for this easy meal, but by now they are chilled. As a reptile cools, its strength ebbs. So for these big male iguanas, fighting their way back to shore is a perilous mission, but one they face every day. The ocean around the Galapagos may be cold, but it is also rich with life. Blue-footed boobies are diving for food, not far from the iguanas. But their feet aren't blue due to the cold. For these boobies, having blue feet is how you attract a mate. Better if you can dance while you show off your blue suede shoes. About half of the world's breeding blue-footed boobies live in the Galapagos. These birds are mostly monogamous and can breed whenever the conditions are right for them. So courtship displays can happen alongside boobies that are already bringing up their young. Booby chicks are fully dependent on their two parents for food and protection for almost 6 months. And these parents are going to be particularly busy because they have to fight off regular assaults from piratical frigate birds. Magnificent frigate birds are very strong flyers and good at fishing, but they are also kleptoparasites that will make a living by thieving from other birds. A red-footed booby collecting sticks to build a nest has to run a gauntlet of aerial pirates. Sticks for nest building are hot property in this part of town. A dropped stick is an easy pickup for an agile frigate bird. Even other frigate birds are fair targets for these bandits. Competition for resources is so intense that frigate birds always have to be on guard, even at the nest. In the seas below the frigate bird's fortress is a bird that is the polar opposite. It can't fly at all, at least not through the air. The little Galapagos penguin lives far from what would be considered the natural home for a penguin. It is the only penguin to venture across the equator into the northern hemisphere. But with the smallest population of any penguin, numbering as few as 1,000 breeding individuals, this is one bird that is barely tolerating life at the equator. From flooded jungle to cold mountain tops and desert-like islands, the equator's track across the New World is one of extreme landscapes and animals. But half a planet away lies the Old World, where ancient forests grow and animals live out a timeless battle for survival. Next stop along the equator, Borneo, the third largest island on Earth, and its sister island, the jungle-clad Sumatra. The sun has already made its 12 p.m. zenith and is now working its way back toward the horizon. Orangutans pole vault their way across the forest, using their immense weight and the flexibility of the jungle saplings. An adult male can weigh almost 70 kilograms. The young trees sag beneath their weight. A prodigious memory helps them navigate huge distances in search of fruits. The local gibbons are also cutting a beeline for their favorite fruiting tree. They are able to cover almost 3 meters in a single swing, and more when they throw caution and themselves to the wind. Crab-eating macaques are spending their time along a stream edge, where there are plenty of places to avoid the afternoon heat. While the elders cool off and fish for crabs and tasty frogs, the youngsters splash and play. But their antics have been noticed. A Sumatran tiger, the smallest of the tiger species, has detected the sounds of monkeys wafting down the river. To catch a fleet-footed monkey, stealth is key. But the tiger's almost silent approach has been uncovered by the crab-eaters, and it has lost the element of surprise. Up above, leaf monkeys are on the move. Late in the day, they like to gorge on leaves and grass, which they will slowly digest overnight. While they may split up and travel separate paths during the day, after their last feed, most of the troop will roost as a group in a single tree. The Sumatran tiger has been waiting for the afternoon light. When shadows grow long, it is a good time to hunt. The leaf monkeys are sharing this thicket with 30-centimeter tall mouse deer. The tiny deer remain extremely alert and will warn of a threat by stamping the ground. Unlike the monkeys, they can't escape up the nearest tree. But today, it's a leaf monkey that loses the race, paying the price and feeding the queen of this jungle. While the light in the jungle understory is dwindling, on the coast, it is still strong. Mangrove estuary, in which ocean and dry land gently merge together, creates a rich habitat occupied by creatures from both realms. Saltwater crocodiles are the ancient rulers of the mangroves. Long ago, they adapted to hunt the fertile waters between land and sea. This female is raising her young in this sheltered estuary. They're confident enough to venture freely among the mangrove roots. They may not have eaten since hatching, but when they're hungry, they'll hunt for their first meal here. Their mother's lurking not far away, discreetly watching for both intruders and prey. The mangrove's fringing trees are a common evening roost for Borneo's proboscis monkey. Many other monkeys visit Borneo's mangroves, but few depend on them as much as the proboscis. A senior male is anxious. Some of his charges are skirting close to the dangerous water, and he has seen the mother croc. His alarm call alerts the troop. And the panic drops one monkey right into the jaws of danger. But the crocodile has missed her opportunity. Crocodiles are patient hunters, so she will be sure to keep an eye open for the next monkey's mistake. Mother crocodile's display of hunting skills has lit a predatory flame in her offspring. With small crabs roaming the estuary mudflats, this afternoon is a great time for them to graduate from infant to killer. Fiddler crabs pack their lives into low tide. The females feed at a frantic speed. Hungry males may be hampered from feeding as quickly by their superclaw. But it may save them today, as sibling saltwater crocodiles fan out on the mud in search of a meal. They're still supervised by a watchful mother. As they venture from the water, the young crocs are feeling hunger for the first time, and the mud is crawling with potential meals. First, the youngster stalks. Then, once in a good strike position, it freezes and pounces. The head shake to tear the prey apart is all croc instinct. One day, he'll do it to pigs and monkeys. As the sun reaches for the horizon in Borneo, it is still shining hot and strong at the equator's next landfall, in Kenya. In March in Kenya, the equatorial sun is as much a deadly enemy as the heavy hunters that stalk the savannah. Kenya's arid savannah is a rare landscape at the equator. Here on the northern savannah, the rains are almost due. A hot, dry wind, known as the Kaskazi, has been blowing down from the Persian Gulf, parching the land. And now, just before the day ends, conditions are at their toughest. vultures ride the powerful heat waves using their keen eyesight to locate the victims of the drought. In the dry season, survival is all that matters. Lions have remained on the savanna throughout. Hunger is a constant companion for them. They have had too much time gazing out on depleted hunting grounds. This Thompson's gazelle will not satisfy their needs, but it will help. Lions have evolved as large-bodied brawlers. They can be fast off the blocks, but need a quick hit and will tire in an extended chase. Each unsuccessful hunt saps energy, especially for females with young. The pursuit ends in failure. Kenya's cheetahs are much better designed to take advantage of the open savanna. Out here, there's often nowhere to hide, so the cheetah relies on speed more than stealth. While adult females will live alone when they are not mothering cubs, male cheetahs form groups known as coalitions, often composed of brothers. They will live and hunt together as a team for the rest of their lives. Weighing more than 65 kilograms, cheetahs are the lithe, fast attack model in the world of big cats. Small ungulates like gazelle are prime targets for them. If the cheetah can begin its chase before the prey sees it, the cat has the upper hand. It can rev up to top speed inside of 3 seconds, putting the prey well behind in the race to live another day. To reach its maximum speed of over 100 kilometers per hour, weight for weight, a cheetah unleashes 4 times more energy than a racehorse. The brothers are working to cut a young Thompson's gazelle out from the herd. It has little chance of survival with 3 hunting cheetah on its tail. An adult cheetah made 3.5 kilos of meat per day. So this young gazelle, shared among 3 cats, is probably not going to be the only prey they chase today. The lions are not as lucky. Much of their usual prey has abandoned this savanna during the drought. But the lions must stay here to protect their territory and go hungry. In the dry season, cubs may starve to death. But there is more than one way for them to die. Hyenas are also desperately hungry, and they are cub killers. Lions are always dangerous foes, but hungry and desperate lions defending their young. Lone hyenas are wise to keep well away. On the equator, in March, sunset comes just before 7 p.m. It is the moment when one world gives way to another. The peaceful grazers that have made the most of good fields of view throughout the day now face a long night of fear and danger. Because the big predators that have been unable to stalk prey during the daylight are now waiting. Darkness is no hindrance if you're equipped with night vision. The starving lion pride becomes highly organized when it is time to hunt. Once a group of prey animals is identified, they are slowly and quietly surrounded. When all of the hunters are in position, one or two lions make themselves visible. The gazelles move quickly away, but the trap is set. The kill is shared among the hungry members of the pride. They eat quickly, while the big male of the pride is busy marking his territory. It can extend over 250 square kilometers. As he patrols, he leaves scent marks along the borders. He is concerned with other male lions. But there is a greater threat. His females are being surrounded by a band of hyenas. The lions have brought down a buffalo. The hyena pack is pressing forward on them, menacingly. The females have no choice but to give up their hard-won meal. But now, the master of the pride returns. The hyena's dominance is short-lived. Superior numbers are no match for an angry male lion. The price of his protection is that he can take over the kill. The last place the sunlight reaches in this 24-hour journey along the equator is Gabon on Africa's west coast. These hippos may look just the same as others, but their behavior is very different. They are drawn to the sea for reasons that remain a mystery. Many animals come to the shore for many reasons. The forest buffalo come here for food. Vegetation that is flushed out of the forest on rivers is washed back on shore. Mangrove seed pods are delicacies which contain high concentrations of nutrients that animals need. Elephants also know of this special food source. and they pass this knowledge on to their young. But the hippos in Gabon go further than the sand. They take to the waves. They seem to come to remind us that as much as we know about the natural world, we still know very little. We can measure the equator and the land beneath it, and document the facts about the animals. But here, on the beaches of Gabon at dawn, a mother hippo and her baby come down to the shore, reminding us that nature is full of wonder. And it cannot be easily measured, like the hours of a clock. Australia, a continent so dry it is considered 1/3 desert. Plagued by drought, flood, and fire. In the face of such extreme adversity, an abundance of wildlife seems unlikely. And yet, it is home to more than 1 million species of plants and animals. Many of them found nowhere else in the world. In the space of 24 hours, the quest to survive will take Australia's wildlife to the edge. And not all will make it out alive. The only reason Australia is not the largest island on Earth is because it is a continent. It stretches nearly 4,000 kilometers from the temperate south to the tropical north. Instead of winter and summer, the north of Australia has a wet season and a dry season. An annual cycle that dictates the lives and behavior of the plants and animals. It is dawn at the start of the dry season. The life-sustaining rains are now over, and the wildlife of Australia will begin to face their biggest challenges. Kangaroos are Australian icons. The red kangaroo is the world's largest marsupial and can grow to more than 1.5 meters. Australia is home to around 50 million kangaroos. And in the light of dawn, this female is creating one more. She licks her pouch clean and rests on her tail to give birth. This tiny infant looks helpless. And yet, it instinctively climbs into its mother's pouch, where it finds a food source and a home to grow in for the next 8 months. Its mother is already supporting another joey. She is a marvel of reproduction. She can mate almost immediately and produce yet another embryo, which she can store until her newborn joey is ready to leave the pouch. So adult females may be permanently pregnant. For other Australian animals, the mission to breed is a much longer journey. "2,600 kilometers northwest of Perth lies Australia's Christmas Island. It is a remote island dominated by rainforest. For one group of animals, the end of the wet season means they are almost out of time. For most of the year, the Christmas Island red crab lives in the rainforest, far from the coast. But this morning, it's time for some to make a move. These males are leaving the forest, making their way to the ocean to mate. Millions have already gone before them. They are one of the last groups of the season, and they may have left it too late. The first obstacle is the road. Although efforts are made to keep these travelers away from traffic, the drive to mate overrides any sense of road safety. Some will pay the ultimate price long before they reach their destination. Their loss will not be wasted. They will provide a handy meal for those still on the march. To get to their destination, these venturers may walk over 1 kilometer a day. Australia wouldn't be Australia without its eucalyptus forests. Eucalyptus account for about 3/4 of all native forests in the country and support many different animal species. Commonly known as a gum tree, it has toxic sap in its wood and leaves. But one iconic animal depends almost entirely on gum leaves to survive. This koala mother, feeding in the cool of the morning, is discerning, eating only 20 of some 350 species of eucalyptus on offer. She is able to process the leaves in a very long gut. And even her joey is sampling this toxic delight. These leaves are full of volatile oils that are highly flammable. A storm that is thundering far on the horizon has the potential to destroy this forest. And thanks to the gum trees, this forest actually wants to burn. It needs to burn. While kites can escape, the only hope for this wombat is to retreat into its burrow. And even then, it may be overcome by smoke. But ashes from the fire will fertilize the ancient Australian soil and actually help future eucalyptus to germinate. Eucalyptus seeds rest inside a wooden capsule, which opens and releases the seeds into the fertile ashes after a fire. This morning's fire is part of a cycle of regrowth that can have far-reaching effects. Deep in the forest, one animal relies on past fires for its only food. Armed with a very long tongue, the numbat's weapon of mass destruction functions best when it is coated with sticky saliva. It is known as the banded anteater. But termites are the numbat's main food. Both prey and predator are dependent on the woodland for survival. Termites eat the heartwood of the trees, and numbats eat the termites. Up to 20,000 in a day. It doesn't have the strength to break into a termite mound, so it follows their daily schedule. When termites are active early in the morning, numbats cash in. Termites are one animal that can actually benefit from forest fire. Trees that are injured and scarred by fire can be easy prey to some termites, giving them quick access to the heartwood they eat. So, for the numbat, fire can be both friend and foe. The aftermath of this morning's fire is now a feeding opportunity for some. Insects are flushed out of hiding, and these ibis take advantage before the ground has even cooled. The wombat has survived the fire, but its main food source, native grasses, has gone. These survivors are now refugees and will need to find a new home and a new food supply. Luckily, the Australian animals are as resourceful as the country is tough. And beyond the burnt forest, there are still green oases. A billabong is a pool of water that is cut off from its parent river when water levels drop. Water levels can range from a mere puddle to 5 meters at the height of wet season. While this landlocked billabong can trap aquatic animals, above the waterline there is an ever-changing parade of visitors. So one fish has set its sights sky high. This banded archerfish has found a way to conjure tasty meals from thin air. With a shooting range of almost 1.5 meters, the archerfish is the aquatic sniper of North Australia, turning something that was out of reach into a morning delivery. But these murky waters are also home to a fearsome ancient reptile. The saltwater crocodile, despite its name, can inhabit both salt and fresh water. It is free to range from the open sea, through rivers and wetlands, to the billabong. A formidable predator, it can easily take down a wallaby from the water's edge. But not until it is fully grown. Reaching maturity is against the odds for hatchling crocs. Less than 1% will make it. Luckily, the herons and egrets seem distracted by stranded fish this morning, as water levels recede with the end of the wet. This youngster may be able to negotiate a passage as it seeks a new home. One of the biggest dangers this hatchling faces is being eaten. Even if it makes it to juvenile status, it can still be eaten by another male defending its territory. This saltwater crocodile mother has been protecting her nest for around 3 months. but a single lapse is all it takes. When she returns to the water to regulate her body temperature, a thief moves in. Inside her nest is a banquet. And nothing gets past a monitor lizard. It uses its forked tongue to follow a scent. Stealing from a saltwater crocodile is a risky game. One egg leads to another. This looting treads a fine line between a free meal and a last meal. This protective mother will be on high alert because her eggs are due to hatch. The wet season has produced an explosion of speargrass that provides nesting cover for the magpie geese. They are the only waterfowl that breed in groups of 3. One male and 2 females form a blended family, sharing all responsibilities, incubating eggs and caring for the young until the following season. These are social birds that feed together and travel together, moving as a flock. But the safety of this flock is about to be breached. A full pantry of geese is a tantalizing sight for Australia's wild dog. For this lone dingo, a bird on a plate is hard to resist. But like any dog chasing a bird, catching one is unlikely. A stealthy underwater hunter has a much better chance of catching these birds. This crocodile is superbly adapted to the water. It can sneak in unnoticed. Slowing its heartbeat down to 2 to 3 beats per minute, it can stay underwater for at least an hour. It has a transparent eyelid that protects its eye, but still allows for vision. Even when it surfaces, it is only the tip of the iceberg that shows. She is the largest living reptile in the world. And a magpie goose is merely a snack. Some snacks in the billabong are not so tasty. These tadpoles, normally a welcome lunchtime treat, are being rejected. Barramundi are not fussy. They will eat just about anything. But these tadpoles are dangerous. From egg to adult, all cane toads are packing poison. These toads don't drink. They absorb water from their surroundings, emerging like a nightmare from the underworld. They were introduced to Australia to control beetles that were damaging sugarcane crops. But the toads were damaging too. They have no natural predators in Australia and breed at any time of year. They have invaded most areas of the north with a devastating effect on wildlife. The toads are fearless and have a taste for dog food. But biting this cane toad should come with a health warning, because trying to eat it can be a death sentence. As the midday temperature soars to 30 degrees, sometimes even the shade of a tree is not enough. Even Australian animals can be imperiled by heat. A kangaroo licks its arms to cool down. As the saliva evaporates, it cools the body. But the heat is not the only threat. And this dingo is not alone. Kangaroos are easily spooked. The midday heat will put both parties to the test. Hunting kangaroo is ambitious for one dingo. But hunting in a pack changes the odds. While the kangaroo may be faster, it is outnumbered. Eventually, it is overwhelmed. Rainforests make up less than 1% of Australia. And yet, 30% of the country's mammals and birds live here. Unlike its grounded cousins, this mammal has adapted to live in the trees. The tree kangaroo feeds on the leaves of at least 37 species of plants, some of them toxic. It has never been seen drinking water, so it is assumed that all its needs are met by the plants it eats. In the absence of monkeys, the tree kangaroo has claimed the rainforests of North Australia as its home. Its tail, though, is used strictly for balance. It cannot grip like a monkey's. But surprisingly, in true monkey style, and without fear, it can leap. For some animals, the end of the wet is birthing season. No small task when hanging upside down. This flying fox, or fruit bat, is in labor. And gravity is not on her side. She can turn upside down and hang like a monkey for some functions. But this upside-down world is alien to a bat. and doesn't last long. She continues her labor in a more familiar position. A new generation of flying fox emerges. And yet, it cannot fly. She will need to keep it safe until its bones are strong enough for flight. And that will take weeks. But keeping safe here is a full-time job. The bats share these trees with a creature that has a built-in tracking device for warm-blooded animals. The carpet python is not venomous, but it is still dangerous. Death is by suffocation, and it swallows prey whole. Evasive action is required. But there is more peril that comes from the air. These fruit bats' mid-afternoon siesta is in for a rude awakening. Although this white-bellied sea eagle feeds mainly on creatures from the ocean, bats are also on the menu. Plucking a bat from the shelter of the trees is unlikely, but the eagle's presence causes panic. And panic causes flight. When bats are airborne, they become vulnerable to this master of the skies. This eagle claims the prize and returns to the rich environment of the Cape York coast. Offshore is the largest living structure on the planet. The Great Barrier Reef. Stretching some 2,300 kilometers, the reef is about the size of Italy. It supports a massive range of animals, from the largest to the smallest. And some of the smallest are the brightest. A kaleidoscope of color is created by the tiny animals that make up corals. The reef is home to 600 different types. Hard corals have a solid skeleton that supports them, while soft corals are flexible and often mistaken for a plant. If soft corals are the plants of the reef, then anemones are the flowers. With the ability to paralyze prey with their stinging tentacles, they are an unlikely host. But they've become a circus tent, home to a wide range of clownfish. The survival of these clowns is based on an intimate trade-off with the anemone. The clownfish gets a home that protects it from predators. Once it is acclimatized to the stings by rubbing its belly and ventral fins on the ends of the tentacles. The anemone takes rent in the form of food scraps and house cleaning. The clownfish cleans off parasites and will also defend its home from being eaten by other fish. It seems both parties contribute to a sense of safety and well-being. This is one happy neighborhood. This innocent-looking shell is not as passive as it seems. It is, in fact, a predator. To keep its prey chilled out, the cone snail puts chemicals in the water that sedate the fish. Using a telescopic tube that can extend twice the length of its body, it edges ever closer. On contact, it unleashes a harpoon through the tube that is loaded with venom powerful enough to kill 15 people. The fish is paralyzed in seconds. The hunter can now bury itself in the sand for a couple of days, digesting its meal at a snail's pace. As the afternoon cools, animals no longer have to hide from the heat. Their predators also arise. This inland taipan is on patrol. Burrows provide safety, but can also be a death trap. This predator carries enough venom to kill a rat 40,000 times over. Being cornered in a burrow is usually fatal. This loss of life is offset by a prolific breeder. The cane-field rat. She can produce up to 6 pups at only 12 weeks old. And the end of the wet is peak breeding season. But there is another youngster on the prowl. This coastal taipan may be young, but it packs an adult punch. A cold-blooded killer with a lightning strike. The result is almost immediate. But this youngster's eyes may have been bigger than its stomach. It follows the trail of another target. This may be a more realistic approach when swallowing prey whole. These rats may be a curse to the sugarcane growers, but they are a bounty for the taipan. The red crabs of Christmas Island are on a mission. They need to reach the shore to mate, avoiding the heat of the day to protect body moisture. But there is another resident here, waiting to block their path. Thought to be one of the most invasive species on Earth, the yellow crazy ant is aggressive and competitive. When disturbed, these ants go crazy, and that is how they've earned their name. They conquer prey by their overwhelming numbers. They also have a taste for crab. They spray formic acid that irritates and burns to subdue their prey. This is chemical warfare, targeting eyes and leg joints. The acid blinds and immobilizes, causing death by dehydration. The ants will eat the flesh from the inside out. For these crabs, it is journey's end. On another island, there are crabs of epic proportions. This is the largest known land crab, and it eats the world's largest nut. The harvest of this nut is left to gravity. The coconut and the coconut crab are a match made in heaven. This crab has enough strength to literally poke the eyes out of a coconut and split it open. Competition for such a prize can result in tests of dominance. With crabs this big, size still matters. The meat of the coconut is not the only meat these crabs consume. In the canopy above, the survival of this chick is dependent on its parents. Luckily, the red-footed booby is well equipped for fishing. It is an accomplished plunge diver. It is also nimble enough to catch flying fish out of thin air. But feeding a chick is only part of its survival. The stability of the nest is also critical. And this is the parent's only precious chick. Just as the coconut falls, sometimes gravity claims life from a different tree. And in the shelter of the forest floor, there are some willing arms to catch it. This windfall will be devoured in the privacy of the burrow. The male crabs of Christmas Island must reach the shore if they are to mate. But the coastline of most of the island is a cruel cliff face of up to 20 meters. Their mission drives them to defy gravity and make for the beach. This cast of crabs is one of the last groups to journey here for the season. There have been many who have already mated and headed back to the forest. The sea is a life giver, replenishing body moisture and salts. But these are land crabs out of their depth. Each crab, desperate to rehydrate, faces yet another horror: drowning. Triggerfish help themselves. Against all the odds, though, the first stage of this epic migration is complete. The shoreline is where males and females unite. And this mating couple progress the journey to the next stage. she will brood her eggs on the beach and then release them into the ocean. As daylight comes to an end, he will start the long trek back to the forest. The onset of night brings out many sets of nocturnal wings. This swarm of bats is on the hunt for flying insects. Bats use echolocation to fly at night, using sound waves that reflect back to them to locate prey. But using sound waves has a drawback. Moths hunted by bats have the sharpest hearing in the animal kingdom and will take evasive action, sometimes dropping to the ground. Although this can be equally dangerous. This long-eared bat has another plan. Its hearing is so sensitive, it can shut down echolocation and follow the sound of moth wings beating. It hovers, poised for an attack. In the darkness, the sound of tiny wings gives this moth away. But the leaf makes no sound. It is a surprise obstacle. When wings stop beating, prey is lost in the dark. But this moth can't play statues forever. And that is its downfall. Hunting is thirsty work. Getting a drink is an easy task. But there is an ambush predator sharing the drinking fountain. These freshwater crocodiles are native to North Australia. They will bide their time with an ever-watchful eye on the bats. Patience that pays off. And tonight, there is a new hunter in town. After months of guarding her nest through the wet season, there are calls in the air tonight that this salty mother has been waiting for. The monitor she saw off this morning will be the last intruder to her lair. Her eggs are hatching, and she is there to help. While her jaws may have the greatest bite force of any living animal, she is also capable of the most gentle of care. The temperature of her nest has determined the sex of these hatchlings. While mild temperatures produce males, anything above or below that will yield females. Regardless of their sex, they are already well equipped for survival. They know how to swim, and their jaws get straight to work. This will be their home, with their mother to protect them, for around 2 months. After that, they will take their chances. This male is a contradiction. He is a redback spider without a red back. Red is reserved for the female. He is attempting to mate with her, even though she could easily overpower him. This is a dangerous website, and he must approach with care. If he is mistaken for food, all will be lost. He makes it to first base and immediately begins to release sperm into one of her storage organs. To make sure his mission is not disturbed and that she is not distracted, he then offers her a meal. Himself. A suicide somersault. She makes a start on the meal, squirting digestive juices onto his abdomen. In the ultimate parental sacrifice, he continues to offer her the gift of life, as she quietly drains the life out of him. With his duties complete, he can log out. Back on Christmas Island, a receding tide before dawn and a waning moon are the trigger for an annual event. These females have already mated and spent 2 weeks on the beach brooding their eggs. And now they must release them. The eggs need to reach the ocean if they are to hatch. Each female puts her life on the line to give her offspring the best possible chance. If luck is on their side, the eggs will hatch in the sea, the larvae growing into baby crabs over the next 4 weeks. If the tide can bring them back to shore, each baby crab will retrace the steps of its parents back into the forest. And in 4 years' time, they will take part in the same epic migration that brought them to life. From desert to rainforest, the landscapes of Australia are as diverse as the wildlife. The wet season in the north is when plants explode into life. And the animals follow suit, rearing their young in this time of plenty. But this is also the driest inhabited continent, where animals have adjusted eating habits and breeding cycles to survive. It is years of evolution that have enabled these creatures to make it through the last 24 hours. The South Seas are famed as a tranquil paradise. They are anything but. From the frigid shores of the southernmost continent to the sun-drenched coral of the Equatorial Pacific, covering over 1/6 of the globe, this is a water world of abundance, diversity, and mystery. But the biggest mystery is who will survive the next 24 hours in the South Seas. These soft eggs are the culmination of a journey that may have taken 20 years and thousands of kilometers. As the green sea turtle passes nurturing duties to the warmth of the tropical sand, this odyssey comes to an end. But another one begins. She must reach the cooling waters of the Pacific before the sun rises, or she risks cooking to death. The tropical sun breaking over the horizon tells her that today's adventure will be her most perilous yet. That same sun is already shining over 6,000 kilometers away, where the South Seas reach their end against the icy cliffs of Antarctica. It is the height of summer. The ice that formed in the very center of this continent over 800,000 years ago today completes its journey and melts back into the brine. It deposits an enormous payload of minerals. Under a sun that doesn't set, they feed a vast inverted pasture of algae. Grazed by Antarctic krill, they multiply to create a biomass of hundreds of millions of tons. Possibly the largest of any single animal species on the planet. A massive feast for massive jaws. Humpback whales have traveled from beyond the equator to feast on up to 1.5 tons of krill per day. A multitude of other krill eaters are here for this bonanza. Crucial to fuel them through the harsh winter. The emperor penguins have already put on a good layer of blubber and are sweltering in the balmy, near-freezing heat of high summer. A dip in the below-freezing water would be a welcome relief. Yet they linger on the edge of the ice, as if they sense a danger below. A predator lurks around an icy corner. The emperors can't wait forever. The commotion is music to the leopard seal's ears. This is the time of plenty for the leopard seal. It too is racing to put on the blubber that will get it through the winter. Like the icebergs set adrift from the continent, the unparalleled bounty of Antarctic water travels up the Pacific, turning into the world's most productive current, the Humboldt Current. It supports the greatest fishery in the world. Like a superhighway, it rolls up the coast of South America, all the way to the equator. On this trip, it licks the shores of Chile's Juan Fernandez Islands. Where a booming colony of fur seals basks in the early morning sun. But life for the fur seals isn't easy. Certainly not for the pups, whose mothers have a somewhat stern parenting style. But the mother is teaching the pup a valuable lesson. That wandering off has harsh consequences. Because this is a dangerous place. Bull seals are locked in a perpetual war for territory and the mating rights to the females that populate it. Many of the pups that die on these shores are collateral damage of the battles. The pups must learn their lessons quickly, because less than 2 weeks after birth, the mothers will return to the sea to feed. When the mothers go fishing, the temporary orphans play together. But not this pup. At only 1 month old, he has not eaten in nearly 2 weeks. And this morning, his energy is waning. All he can do is look out at the waves and hope that before the day is out, his mother will return. In this gigantic ecosystem, the currents are the lifeblood. Delivering nutrients and new migrants right across the world's greatest ocean. In the waters around the thousands of islands of Indonesia, they stir up a soup that combines with the tropical sun to create the most diverse community of marine life on the planet. The density of life leads not only to beauty, but also ferocious competition between neighbors for the cramped and garish real estate. So it is little wonder that some of the most deadly animals in the world live here. Morning is prime hunting time on the reefs of Indonesia. Sharks roam the open water with speed, maneuverability, and powerful jaws. The lionfish, with its venomous spines, prowls the reef. While the most poisonous fish in the sea, the stonefish, claims the seabed and waits in ambush. But there is one predator that is in a league of his own. A peacock mantis shrimp Though only 15 centimeters long, he is a world champion. He is the only animal known to see circular polarized light. With 4 times as many photoreceptors as humans, he can see colors we can't even imagine. This morning, the mantis shrimp only has eyes for his favorite food: crustaceans. Tough nuts that few others can crack. No problem for the mantis shrimp and his secret weapon, hammer claws. These cudgels fire at 80 kilometers per hour, delivering 150 kilograms of force to rip this hermit out of its shell. The fastest punch in the animal kingdom. The only problem with being such a successful hunter is that the debris can really mess up your front room. Happily, the mantis shrimp is house-proud. Unhappily, this isn't his house. And the owner just got home. There are more mantis shrimps than there are comfortable crannies to accommodate them, so conflict is constant. The squatter successfully defends his stolen home. And this drifter now searches for a new burrow to appropriate. But not this one. The corals where the shrimp make their homes are created by animals called polyps. Architects, builders, and tenants of these structures. They extract food from the passing current. The sea anemone is a larger, more solitary relative of coral. It takes an active approach to hunting. As soon as prey touches its tentacles, tiny harpoon-like barbs fire into the fish, ensnaring it, and injecting venom that begins the process of digestion, even before the anemone swallows it. But not all fish are on the menu. The clownfish is offered special treatment, an affectionate tickle rather than a deadly embrace. Even laying their eggs in the anemone's protective shadow. But it's a two-way relationship. The fish also protect their host from predators. But clownfish are not the only ones that covet a tentacled home. Banggai cardinal fish have staked a claim. But the larger clowns aren't sharing today. Driven off, the cardinal fish contemplate their next move. But a coral reef is not a place to let your attention wander. The pitiless heat of the tropical sun is rising. And on Australia's Rain Island, the turtle that was late to lay her eggs has stranded herself in a no-man's land of craters, traps, and bodies. Inside the pressure cooker of her carapace, the heat is building. Without the cooling touch of the ocean, her brain and body will slowly shut down. All around her, bacteria work on some of yesterday's travelers. Even a tiny cliff can be a deadly obstacle. If she falls on her back, she is doomed, unable to right herself. But the lap of the sea calls her forward. This time, she is successful. But there are bigger obstacles to come. It is prime feeding time on the Indonesian reef. From the murky depths, a predator ascends. Its skin strobes, as if set alive with electricity. With 3 hearts and green blood, surely a genuine alien would be no more unusual or deadly. The cuttlefish attacks in many disguises, changing not just its color, but its shape. Its strobing seems to glamour its victim before irresistible tentacles beam it to its deadly beak. This feast has a greater purpose. The female cuttlefish is nearing the end of her life and preparing to breed, if she can find a partner. The olive sea snake has one of the most powerful venoms of all snakes. So it has little to fear as it pokes its head into the reef to search for prey. Though it is occasionally punished for its rudeness. In the next crevice, its flicking tongue picks up a more appetizing scent. One strike is all it takes. It uses its body to hold the fish steady while paralysis takes effect. The enzymes in the venom begin the job of digesting the flesh. The snake dislocates its jaws and uses its fangs to walk its way up the fish's body. One good meal may be enough to sustain the olive for a week. The sun is now high on the Juan Fernandez Islands. For the fur seals, coats designed as survival suits in the frigid waters of the Humboldt Current are less suitable in the summer sun. As a result, early afternoon sees a remarkable exodus. Bulls are reluctant to abandon the territory they have fought so hard to win, and take only a short dip in the cool water. The seals favor an unusual relaxation position. Hanging upside down, the air bubbles streaming from fur so thick, the cold water never touches the skin. This daily migration leads to a mating behavior unique among fur seals. Bulls with no territory on the beach bring their battle to the sea. Dominant bulls with underwater territory can be just as successful at fathering young. The summer sun is bestowing its energy across the South Seas. But it is a gift not all the inhabitants are happy to receive. On Rain Island, a 19th century beacon tower stands over the turtle's struggles like a structure from a fairy tale. But there will be no miracles here. She joins the other victims of a turtle trap. Death by heat stress will take hours. With the salvation of the South Seas only a few meters away. Its cool fingers are already touching one turtle's shell. But it is a sarcastic caress. Tawny nurse sharks are usually nocturnal, but the turtle breeding season has broken its normal habits. It is roused from its slumbers by the daily tide of corpses. More than 30,000 humpback whales have converged on Antarctica for their summer feast. This is probably the only time they eat each year. They are mostly here for the krill. But a school of Antarctic herring is too good an opportunity to ignore. For such huge animals, chasing individual fish is not viable. So a more ingenious method is employed. A whale creates a curtain of air from its blowhole, spiraling upwards and around the school. Frightened by the bubbles, the fish huddle together. The whale tightens its net as it rises. The summer feeding frenzy is also in full swing for the emperor penguins. But once again, leopard seals are watching and waiting in ambush. This time, the ambush fails. Even on the ice, they are not safe. But the leopard seal lacks the agility of its feline namesake. However, the emperor is no ruler of this icy domain. Playing dead is the penguin's only survival strategy. The leopard seal does not need to wait long for its next victim. Few go hungry at this time of year. The sun has brought a bounty. For the trapped turtles, death cannot come quickly enough. But the odyssey is not yet over. Through a gap in the rock, the turtle manages to free herself. Like the vast majority of the thousands of turtles that came ashore last night, she finally feels the longed-for embrace of the South Seas. But today's dangers are not behind her. Tiger sharks have no sympathy for her travails. She is too tired to flee. Green turtles are incapable of retracting their heads or flippers inside their shells. Death in the water comes little faster than on the beaches. The cautious tiger shark will take its time, circling and returning to its victim again and again. The cooling of the afternoon on the Juan Fernandez Islands signals it is time to return to the beach for the fur seals. For the starving pup, only the return of his mother matters. If a shark or killer whale has taken her, the pup is doomed. Somewhere in the din, a mother is calling. It seems almost impossible that she and her child will ever find each other. Suddenly, the pup's ears prick up. He begins to amble away from the shore. Making a beeline for his mother's call. A sniff is the final identity check. An exhausted mother and a starving pup settle back to nurse. The pup is enjoying a feast, remarkably high in fat. But the contentment will be short-lived. In just 5 days, the mother will return to the sea. The early evening light on Rain Island shines on some tiny new additions. Baby herons have emerged from their shells. The birds time their breeding to coincide with the turtles. Despite the desire to stay with her hatchling, the mother must take advantage of prime feeding time. She joins the phalanx of herons that have collected on the water's edge. What they are waiting for soon becomes clear. Baby turtles usually head to the surface at night. But the drop in temperature at sunset has fooled one clutch into emerging. The hatchlings are easy pickings without the cover of darkness. They are swallowed whole and alive. The turtle's only survival strategy is weight of numbers. But with no other nests hatching at the same time, this entire clutch is doomed. The new mother heron must pay a high price for this meal. She is not the only one preying on infants. A hungry gull takes advantage of the unguarded nest. Beneath the surface, it seems an afternoon calm has fallen across the reef. With the day's foraging satisfying one hunger, attention wanders to another. Flatworms are on the move, in search of sex. They are hermaphrodites. They produce both eggs and sperm, but they don't fertilize themselves. They need new genes to mix with their own. When they meet, an expected move might be for one to play male and the other female. But flatworms play by their own rules. Each tries to stab the other with its spear-like penis that inseminates by piercing any part of the skin. In this fencing match, the rules are simple. Stab and avoid being stabbed. The price of defeat is bearing the burden of motherhood, committing valuable resources to having offspring. But the loser is also victorious. Its eggs will be fertilized by winning genes. The flatworms are not the only ones preoccupied with matters of the heart. A female broad-club cuttlefish is searching for a partner. And this cuttlefish has turned out to be a bit of a cougar. Females usually mate with only the largest males. But this tiny suitor has gotten lucky. He inserts a specialized arm near the female's mouth and deposits his sperm. Before the female makes a swift departure. But this is no guarantee that the young male will become a father. Females accept sperm sacs from multiple males. Tonight, she must find a place to lay her eggs. But darkness brings a whole new set of challenges that not all of the inhabitants of the South Seas will overcome. In the dead of night, Rain Island's beaches come alive. Under cover of darkness, the sheer weight of numbers protects the turtles from predators. The confluence of small streams from individual nests forms a leathery river, instinctively flowing towards the glitter of the ocean. The hatchlings are more maneuverable than their parents and can right themselves if they land on their backs. But as they near the water, they are greeted by a slow-motion invasion force. Tonight's wave of pregnant females is storming Rain Island's beaches. Their struggle for life doesn't end at the water's edge. It is just beginning. Midnight in Antarctica is anything but. It is not long after the summer solstice, and the sun barely wobbles as it traces a halo above the continent. The time of day means nothing. But the 24 hours of light serves to illuminate the shadowy side of the penguin colony. This mother Adele has just returned from fishing and is ready to dispense the food. But there is not enough for both chicks. The Adelis employ a system as simple as it is brutal. The mother runs from the chicks. The chicks chase her. The fastest gets the food. Food chases are designed to distribute food evenly. The hungrier chick more inclined to chase the parent. But in lean times, parents cannot provide for 2 chicks, and one will fall too far behind. Predatory skewers are always waiting to pick off the weak. This chick is already much smaller than its sibling. Perhaps when the father returns from the sea, its desperation will win it the race. Or perhaps it is now witnessing its own future. The emperor penguin chicks are not so vulnerable. They hatched many weeks ago in the depths of winter. And now, at the height of summer, they are ready to fledge. The fluffy chicks look too young to be on their own. But the black tips on their wings show that underneath their down, they have already grown their diving feathers. They seem to lack the courage to take the first plunge. But the ever-shifting pack ice forces their hand. Their first dive is the beginning of a long journey. For the next 4 years, they will hunt the South Seas. When ready to breed, these birds will return here, to the exact place where they hatched. On the Indonesian Reef, this city of coral has a bustling nightlife. The glamorous and captivating emerge to strut the coral streets. But the female cuttlefish is not here to socialize. She is searching for privacy. Her tentacles reach into the recesses of the reef to find a place to deposit her precious eggs for their 5.5-week development. This is the end of her maternal role. Soon, she will die. Nearby, another mother's eggs are ready to hatch. Hatchlings emerge as perfect miniatures of adult cuttlefish. Instinctively, they know that safety lies in the sheltering recesses of the corals. Where the baby cuttlefish will hide and begin its first day of life. The tiny green sea turtle swims against the waves, towards a destination that not even she knows. If she avoids her multitude of predators, she will soon be propelled into the relative safety of deep water by the currents. Where she goes for much of the decade it takes to reach maturity is unknown. But if she survives, she will one day brave the sharks and the boneyards and follow the irresistible pull back to the beaches of her birth.